Hey guys. All right, let me just get set up here. I got some new hardware, so let's fix this stupid looking. Look how bad the video looks. Look at how bad it looks. There we go. Oh, there it is. Now I'm blind. It's like being in a tanning bed. I don't really know if these will cause some sort of permanent damage, but I assume they will. That's my assumption going into this. I have sunglasses too, but I can't read my screen. I literally was trying to get these lights figured out and was wearing my aviators. Maybe there's some way to depolarize the screen, and then I could just be like Dr. Disrespect. Thanks, CSAC. Thank you for that. I also just before we get started, side note, we were gonna have one more thing, but it got stolen. It got stolen, like either off my porch or the carrier stole it. So now I've got to go through the like not fun thing of Amazon's get your stuff back thing. And of course it's a bot, right? Like it's not a real person that says like, oh yeah, we'll send you another one. It was a bot that auto just told me like, you got to wait another day. We're not going to do anything until tomorrow. But so that'll be one more surprise, hopefully this week. I don't know. But yeah, let's get into it. Welcome to what is this, day 6 of the project for MAGA, Make Applications Great Again. This is the start of the week, so we're gonna kind of hopefully lay out what the next couple days will look like. I think we'll get done with design today. I'm not 100% sure. I say that every day, but I think we're close. And really, the stuff today it's like in my wheelhouse. It's the information design stuff, but as an aside, I kind of get into it a little deep, and I might phone it in and then come back and fix it up later. I don't know. So we're going to start off with looking at our IA doc and figure out what section we're in, and then we'll do a design review, and then we'll actually get into designing whatever section that we need to design. Just hello to everybody. Hey, Lycan, how's it going, man? Let's dive into her. Also, we're uploading videos on YouTube now, so it would be a huge help if you could watch those, because we need to get this like view count up and share them with friends. And if you like this stuff, just hit the subscribe button. It really does help. It's weird, like YouTube's algorithm, the like button influences what you see. The subscribe button influences what other people see. It's like a metric they use to figure out if they should aggregate or not. Yeah. It's a lot of work to get those videos up. It really is. And I don't know how to make it any faster without dumping $10,000 into a workstation. Just look for Omatum YouTube, CSEC, and it's in the Discord. We should have had a URL ready. I'm sorry. But I'm working on it. Any feedback on those would be great. They're just raw streams right now. They're like minimally edited. They have maybe like the intro cut out. Everything else is there. The good thing is on YouTube, they don't go away. So yeah. All right, let's look and see. I think we're working through this deployment section. Anything that's in bold, we need designs for. And so that means we've done the design for components. Project contextualization is the big piece. Yeah, we need designs for the local deployments, staging deployments, production deployments. Let's see, is there anything else? Command center, we hit. So we hit this, and it's donezo. So I'm going to get rid of that. And I think that's it. So really, we just have this one section to kind of walk through what's going to happen in this one section. This will be where the user is, who's trying to get these boxes launched. This is where they'll actually control the launching of those boxes. They can control it in other sections, but this will be sort of like the buttons you click that would push something off, either to a dry run environment or a cloud deployment, and then give you the statistics and updates on whatever's going on there. So when we look at that and we kind of just like break down the differences between just the local and the cloud deployments, like local is very, very skinny. There's not, like, in my opinion, a need to really get into too much there, because local environments, although they mimic the cloud deployments, it's fairly irrelevant because you're not like, we could do this, but I don't think we're going to. We're not going to say like mimic an EC2 micro or mimic an EC2 large M2 or something. These are like specific build outs that AWS offers, or maybe a droplet that DigitalOcean offers. I don't think that's really like a wise path to go down this early, maybe in the future. So again, really here, all we need is to like take some of those command line buttons and stick them here for them. And I want to review what we did in the command center stuff, because possibly this is just being done in the command center. Like this is just such a question mark. Do we components and statistics for local boxes? Like what is that going to tell you? Maybe the most you'll get out of it is like how much RAM is it using, but the CPU percentages are so irrelevant because you're on a localized virtual machine. So like that's going to be dependent on however these VMs are popped up. The dry run, maybe that's the thing. I mean, we'll see. I don't even know if I want to include the dry run. I will tell you, when I was doing my projects with this, I never used the dry run ever, because it's just twice as much work. You're going to dry run it and then configure it for the dry run, and then you're going to have to reconfigure it once it's live, right? So the other piece here is we have these global settings before we get into cloud. The global settings, we'll do that first. I'm actually going to say we need this because I need to see what's on that screen. This is where you'll be doing some of your like box file manipulation here. Like that's what that is. That's just box file stuff. And then I think the big thing is this add or change hosting provider. We do not need, I don't think we need to figure out what that wizard looks like yet, but I just want to get an idea for like how you would change that, right? Right. Would it be like a one-time thing? Would you be able to change it in the future? I mean, that's a messy thing to change. So if we have somebody who's already got deployments with AWS and then like mid-project, they say, I'm going to change my hosting provider to Linode, we're essentially going to have, maybe that's a danger zone item. And it just says like, look, if you do this, first of all, we go off and we kill all those boxes in AWS, and then we have to go through the reprovisioning and all that stuff. But so that's another thing that would be globalized. So they're not really configuring components here. They're doing that on another screen. What they're doing here is seeing the components in action. So we'll have two definitions built for them. We'll have staging and production. But in reality, like staging is just a preset for how the components are launched. So we'll have a button that says launch to staging, where they can take their local code, have it built and compiled or whatever, and sent across the local pipe to then get into like a little bundle and then essentially unzip on AWS and provision a single instance multi-component box, like one EC2 instead of one EC2 per component. Sorry, it's a little complicated. So when we think about this is probably going to look a lot like the production deployment. The difference is that like you'll have this single instance box by design here. And that means that the components are going to be reporting on the percentage of the single instance that they're using, and the entirety of the instance will sort of be its own stat run, right? So we'll also do things like showing the instance details, meaning like what size instance is this thing? Is it an EC2 micro, EC2 large, whatever? We'll have the ability to scale these instances, move the instances. And what that means, moving, is when you say, hey, I've got a component that is inside of the instance, but now I want it to be a separate instance. Anytime I say instance, just think in your head server. So just interchange that, right? So you're with the ability to move, you're literally saying like, this is going to get more complicated. Let's move it onto its own house, put it in its own house, and then have them talk to each other, because they're going to be in the same neighborhood, right? You're going to be able to open a terminal, which I think will jack you over to the command center, and then just some controls which are also in the command center. So I don't like really want to follow down an interface pattern where we are containing things to specific screens. Since we're using Vue to do this build out, I think it makes a lot of sense to create like something like a control set where you can open a terminal or whatever, and make that a component that we use here and also on this other page. They'll just do the same thing, but that way we're not saying like you need to understand where to navigate to. Like if it makes sense to be there, we'll stick it there. And then in this rail, we'll have the ability to configure the DNS. So that means like, assign a URL to the cloud server, set up SSL TLS, and view the logs. And again, viewing the logs, it's just going to kick you down to this whole panel dedicated to doing logs. DNS and SSL TLS might be its own panel too. So these are just quick actions that'll take you to where you need to go. So some of the other things we'll need to get in there as we move into production. This isn't exclusive to production, but we do need to show like rollbacks, deployment history. So when you hit that button, this one right here says launch to production, we're gonna have to create like a rollback point. So if you wanted to, you could say, oh, that deployment, it doesn't work correctly. Let's just move it back to the previous version. It's Friday, and we just want to get off of work. And then you're going to have things like the platform management broken out. And then these things become more broken out. Now, again, the same design can apply to both. But I think just to show it, we'll show what a single instance looks like doing all that stuff. Then we'll show what multiple instances look like doing all this stuff. So that's it. That's the whole rest of the design. It's a little touchy, like we've got to be careful with it. And today I have a hard stop in like 4 hours because I'm going to watch Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer on TV with my daughter. So she's been looking forward to it. So I got a limited window here, but I think we can get some big stuff kind of carved out. So Slayer, my Thanksgiving was great. Thanks for asking. It was a really good time. So let's do the design review. It's not in here. Oh, I did the PHP logo. That's the new one right there. What? Why? I only have 3 recent files. Okay. Let's go find it. It's somewhere in here. I really should get this stuff set up beforehand. Google Drive? Question mark. YT thumbnails. Desktop app. There we go. Oh yeah, I know. That's okay. Don't worry about that. What a dumb error that it says it won't preserve these things when it saves, but so far it's preserved the things when it saves. So that was stupid of them. All right. So overall, we've got the rail that looks okay. And of course, it's GPU rendering. So let me do that. There we go. I'm good with that. I'm good with most of this stuff. I'm not going to get too in depth here. I'm just giving it a quick look-see. I do think like that bar that runs across the top, I might change that. There's something about this that, it could be done better. Okay, so this is the component breakout. Little wizard to add components. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think like yeah, and then you can sort of get a more advanced way to mess with this stuff. That's good because this is going to carry on onto like other settings screens. We have figured out a bunch of hard things so far. Okay. Yeah. So here we're starting to see some mission control here. It has a lot of the buttons that we're talking about using in deployments. So it's got like the start, restart, terminal, dry run. Yeah. So we're going to have to be real careful on how we put this together. It's almost like, components. I guess the good thing about components is it's sort of a mirror of this. But it feels a little weird to double it up. All right, and then we have what a larger stack would look like, a production stack. Okay, so we kind of have some start on this. So I mean, imagine the next screen is just going to be like this plus stats. And I mean, who knows? Maybe we can figure out a way to combo it all together. Here's the modal that we did to add a project. I'm gonna unlock this. I have some ideas about it. So you put the name in, you select if you're going to create a new folder, use existing project. And then here you're essentially getting a conf of what's going to happen. Is it going to create a folder, or is it just going to use one? You could reselect it, I guess. And then here you set the engine and create. Now this is the thought I had. Check this out. Wow, that's so slow. Look at this. I was literally creating something this weekend, and I saw this and I was like, oh, yeah, I guess you can just go big with all your form stuff and it doesn't look bad. So I'm sort of thinking like we could at least do this on one of the screens. So I think without redesigning it, like, yeah, there's their big boy screen. Without like completely redesigning anything, or without really redesigning anything at all, like we can probably move this in. So we can I'm just going to draw an arrow. Yep. Because, like why would, you can do this set engine and create thing under this. Like, I don't see why we need to separate these two things. And like, it's even questionable. Like, you can probably make this all one screen. I'm going to just say consider one screen. Slayer, you had asked, how do the dry runs usually work? Good question. You should go look up the GitHub repos and see. It'd probably be in the primary one, the core one, maybe. And you can see what it's running. My impression of what it does. So I'll just take a guess, and maybe you can tell me if I'm right or wrong after you look into it. I think so. When you run a normal sort of like a normal thing with your box file, it in local has a VM that essentially just like shares the file system with, and then it will just sort of like flip the box on, install all the necessary dependencies on the box, and then you just sort of interface and terminal into the box and tell it to turn the server on or off, or turn a component on or off. I think in the dry run, it contains that and then gives you sort of like tunnel access into that, but not direct access. And it will go through and run all the things. So if you have a box file that looks like this, where it has multiple components, I think it does like a little segregation between the components. And then it will also do these things. So it'll, instead of you running, because I mean, when you're developing, you can just say like Rails S to start the server, because you don't really worry too much about Nginx in a local environment. I think what the dry run does is it actually will execute all these things, make sure that's running smoothly, and make sure essentially like the same thing will happen in the dry run that happens on AWS. Everything is just sort of contained. It starts running, yeah. I think that's the difference. Hi, Darius. So kind of like how you can specify in your gem file to install gems depending on the environment. Yep. So exactly. I don't know if it takes an env flag in dry run. I really don't. I'm very sketchy on that. It may have a thing that's just like, oh yeah, it's gonna emit out or push out like dry run as the environment name, or development versus production or something. I know that once you push live, to a cloud provider, it will figure out, like, depending on your engine, it'll shunt in like production as your shunt. It will it'll put in production in your EMV vars. I think. Yeah, that's I actually don't even know. But I think the other thing with the dry run is you can have your own set of EVARs there too. I don't think EVARs are going to make sense to some of our users. They're going to say, what are those things? Because for like 20 years, not 20, like 10 years, I just sort of ignored them. I'm the guy that used to, commit passwords into repos and stuff. All right. Yeah, check it out. Okay, so we're going to work through deployments. And let me get some artboards made for that. Do we got enough room? We kind of have enough room. Which one of these things do I want to take? That's the real question. Probably going to have to grab a few. Let's just start with one that's already got the global settings attached to the top. Maybe we'll just start with this little basic one right here, because deployments will need to have I think, an advanced version, but I'm not, maybe not. I might just start grabbing stuff. Nope. Maybe. Nope. There's the guy. All right, come with me. We are going on a little trip. Just got to unlock everything. If I could. Where's that button? Unlock. Oh, everything's unlocked. Okay. So Slayer, we don't have a good idea of which repos have been touched. But I mean, if you're just gonna have to figure that out on your own, man. I'd say the one that's called Microbox is the one. If I just had to swing a guess. Sorry, man. I'm just as unsure as you are. We're gonna have to figure all this stuff out as we go. Why does it keep wanting to paste with this ugly? Like, what color is this? It's like army green. Let's change that real quick. Dark green. Yeah, it's really easy to see. All right, let's put an artboard on this guy. Ooh, that's not good. Artboard's off grid. There we go. And it's a 1/4 pixel too high. Okay. All right. Let's put a title up top. Just makes it a little easier to find this stuff. Yes, Slayer. That's correct. There's probably a smarter way to do this than having to highlight it every time. Okay, so we've got global setup, local staging, production. So deployments, I mean, there is a question mark if local should even be in there. We'll leave it in for now. Let's see our IA doc. And why? Why would I want that as half my screen? Is it because I did a thing? That's why. Come on back. No. Let's make you full screen. There we go. Okay, so in there we'll have a section dedicated to deployment config and a section dedicated to hosting. Easy peasy. So let's get that sort of figured into this. This guy, this is just not the smartest guy right here. Let's get rid of him. Could you imagine if this is how you had to design things? And then you just had to hit a button, and the button would like compile the image. That's how I feel whenever I work with a compiler language. Oh, for like Java. Ugh. Why can't we just see the thing? All right. So let's get rid of the guided advanced tabs. Do we do that anywhere else? Do we have like a... Not really. We do it here. So what do we do to do that? We just tuck it up. Just tuck it up. Tuck it up. All right. What is this thing? What are you doing there? Are you on top of it? No, it's not on top of everything. Huh. So where do you come from? Okay. So CSEC, you asked how long did it take to upload my 5-hour-long stream to YouTube? Like 2.5 hours. Takes like 2.5 hours to upload it, 2.5 hours to render it. So we've been looking into faster internet, just as like one part of the problem we're trying to solve against is this, like, can we get anything faster? And yeah, we can. It's just really expensive. It's like to the point, it's expensive enough where I wrote an email to a co-working place today that rents private offices. And I was like, how fast is your internet? Because it might be cheaper to rent a private office and stream out of the office than it would be to get fiber installed and pay the monthly fee for the fiber. So yeah, it's reasonable, CSEC, to do that stuff until you realize there's like, that's every day that you stream, and it locks up the machine and it locks up the internet. It becomes unreasonable very quickly. I'm at 150.15, so 150 down, maybe like 180 down, 15 up. It's pretty much the best residential package I can get right now. It's a business class package. They just don't have fiber to the house yet. Yeah. So I can get fiber, right? But I've got to have them install it, and I'm not talking to Comcast. I'm talking to like a fiber provider. Okay, I think we're going to grab some of this stuff because the deployment config here, we're going to have to go through each one of these things and take a look at how it looks in the nanobox docs, and then make sure that we have the appropriate sort of inputs. We're just going to grab this whole thing and drag it on over because I think we're going to have danger zone too. Come with me, going on a journey. Well, there are reasons that the internet here is so expensive. One of them is that the federal government had money that they allocated towards it to solve it, and the ISPs, the telcos, they just sort of took the money and didn't really upgrade the infrastructure. Also, we have a humongous land area compared to like Korea or the Netherlands or anything like that. So if you're an ISP, like, and you need to lay cable from like California to Maine, it's like 5,000 miles. But there are like stupid political things that happen here. Like just local politics will get in the way of setting up things like backbones, like stronger backbones. It's dumb. There's a lot of different factors though as to why we have crappy internet. It's not crappy everywhere either. Like some cities much better. And if I were in like if I were downtown here, I could get probably 2 gigabit symmetrical. And that'd probably be like a couple $100. Okay. I know we just got started, and I feel bad for doing this, but I think my wife needs to get in here, and we've got a handyman who needs to get in here. So just give me 1 second to get this set up. So, okay, if you guys, I don't know, if you want to just look at what we're working. So I'm going to paste this. If you want to look up the NanoBox documents, like that's the stuff we're going to have to set up in this next design screen, but I have to go on a break. It sucks. So they can get in here and quote things out. We're having a lot of work done to the house. And yes, I'm in Florida. If the accent didn't give it away, the lack of a tan. So yeah, I'll be back in like 10 minutes. I'm so sorry. Like I was hoping this wouldn't happen today, but I'll see you guys just in a little bit. All right, let's get back to it. Sorry about that. Took the break a little early. I think that means no breaks for the rest of the stream. Dang it. Okay, so we're gonna just check out real quick how these configurations can be set, because there's kind of some gotchas when you set these up, that in certain circumstances they end up being these, like, instead of being strings, they're like objects, and you have to like dive into the docs to really figure that out. So let's see. Here's the entirety of the box file, right? So what we're setting is extra steps. Those take place after something. I shouldn't be talking. I may just be reading. Okay, extra. Where is it? It's not here. There's no search either. That's fun. Build into play hooks. Yep. Okay. Okay. So extra steps run after your app's runtime is built, but before the runtime is packaged for use. Okay. Just strings. They can have as many of those as it wants. So that's what would that be like? Okay, things like yarn install or Bower install. Bower. Jack Bower. The extra steps run locally. Okay. Okay. Transform hooks run after your code has been deployed to the live app, but before everything is locked down. Okay. So examples of that would be like it's ready to start reading bars and things. Okay. So again, just multiple strings. There's nothing funky there. Before live hooks run on a new container or server before it starts accepting live requests. Okay. So this is going to be, I think, a group of hooks. Before live all, after live, and after live all. So they have to take the name of the component first. Do we have an example where they don't have the name of the component? Nope, because that would probably be a transform or an extra step thing. Okay, so name of the component and then multiple strings after that. So if we have to look at like the stuff we've already designed, it probably looks something like this, but not exactly. So every component could have extra steps applied. Oh man, that's going to be like, what does the wizard look like for this thing? Right? Like, what does that even look like in an interface? Because I guess you could make it simple and just say start typing things in, but that's not smart. I've seen some box files that are like 500 lines long. I should get those, and we should use those as our like examples for how much somebody might do. So what would this be? We would have, I don't think the grouping of like define the hook first and then define the component, it makes sense for an interface. It makes sense for this thing, for like a box file. But for an interface, I almost feel like you would just have the components listed out. And then you would set this stuff here. So would each component have maybe 4 of these things, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. So list all the components and then 4 columns maybe. And then you just say if there's anything for before live, then it's a multi whatever thing like this is. Okay, I can dig that. I think this it's any component can do this. I think. And let me just check, because I think we might have started on something like this here. No. Okay. We help. Start with the easy guys. Let me get this out of here. You go. Sorry, I'm a little all over the place. I just need to get the spacing from this one. Okay, so let's get rid of this, because nothing in here is single. It's always going to be these like multiple options to set at once. So extra steps is the first one. We're just going to use the examples that they have, because I'm sure they figured this out. It's interesting, too, in the documentation, it's showing this stuff in string quotes. I think we'll probably want to indicate that here. But what is up with these quotes? What are we writing a book? That's not internet-looking quotes. Okay, so you have extra steps. And then in the same sort of style, you have transform. And these are the easy ones. We probably don't even really need to design these, but excuse me. I'm going to copy paste this because this is a lot of text. And then we're going to find out these aren't wide enough. You know, I think we might end up getting rid of that ad if for no other reason than like I kind of need the horizontal space. Forget about the money. Just need the horizontal space. Because that's already way over there, yeah. I want to look too to see if there's some fun pattern that we could do. Like if there's something that wouldn't jar it, where we could do like, whoa, this box goes to like the size of the input or something. Kind of like that. Coding that is trivial, but I just wonder if it would look really weird. And now that looks weird, so we got to do this. And now that looks stupid. Okay, so then we have hooks. So I think the hooks sort of become their own section. Just gonna grab. Oh, there we go. A smarter man would have set this up different. Okay, so then we have hooks. So we've got 4 hooks, potentially multiple hooks per component, but 4 potential hook types. Okay, let me draw this just so we can, before we start designing it. So we would have like the name of the component here. And then this would block out like down to there or something. And then you're going to have before live all, after live all. These all have to be titles. And then underneath that, you would have whatever the hooks are. So if you have like 20 components, is this going to become stupid? It might. So what would the other option be? You could do like the name of the component and then like a hook builder. And it just has like a, let's say this is the name. And then you have like a little area here to select the component. Let's even go back, yeah. So select the component and then select the hook type and then input the code that needs to run and then add it. That might be a pain also. So this is the two, I think these are the 2 options. Because even if you had this, though, you would still need to have this interface to list them all, to show all of them, right? You'd still need to list all the components. This would just be a way to add them from the top instead of from the inside. I think we'll go with the top design. And if that's a bad choice, I guess we'll find out. But let me grab this pattern. Okay, and then to make this real, what we're going to do is we're going to go through every single one of these and we're going to make this taller so we can see how that looks. All right, so we need to get 4 of these across. This is my only concern is like if you have one that's long, you have a long boy, get me in trouble. So that's about 800 pixels. We'll say 190 per box. Let's see how wide that'll be. Oh, that's not wide at all. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. First example is going to blow it. Yeah. Crap. So then you're kind of stuck doing like 1, 2, 3, 4, which I guess could work because you could call one of them the befores and one of the afters. So let's do that. Move that out. So our first one is web main. We need like a little slick way to connect this together. Something like this. It's just white, okay. E4. Okay. And let's get our actual text in there. Yeah, that's probably okay. I think I'm going to tap it in just a little bit. Tap, just like that. And then we'll draw some containment into this. And like maybe this gets a little bit bigger because it's up against this guy, unless maybe that just gets smaller. Yeah, there's something's got to be done about this. Okay, so you have before live like that, and then before live next to it. Hi, Krasner. It is not a new cam. What I did was I got lights. So I've got like two. Oh, I can't look at them because they're so bright. Watch this. Watch how bright these are. Look at the difference. Like this is the brightness of the room. Yeah. I was like watching one of the streams and I realized that like we had to get lights. Just had to. Because it's just like too inconsistent, and now that it's like winter, I get a lot of sunlight in here and it's really hard to control it. So I picked up a couple of key lights. Lights and a haircut. Yeah. Just going to grab these examples. Yeah. I'm glad it's looking good. It is very bright though. Like it's exceptionally bright. I feel like I'm on the sun. But I was really surprised when I got it all hooked up, and I was like messing with it last night, and just to see the difference. Like it's, I think, well, the webcams aren't great, and I think that's the next step is getting a new camera. But I don't know which one to get, and I don't want to just spend money needlessly. But I think that'll probably be the next quality upgrade. Because the little webcam, it's got a little tiny lens, and it has to really, really, really work with like any kind of lighting quality, right? So it will like adjust the exposure as much as it can on the camera itself. But then it jacks up the gain digitally. And when it's jacking up the gain, it's sort of like looks like crap. It makes everything really grainy. And by adding a lot more light, you get less grain, right? And I'm sure I could add even more light, but we're not there yet. Maybe we will be soon, but not yet. All right, let me see. I think we'll just leave that white and drop the opacity. The reason I'm doing this, and I'll figure this out a little bit better, is because I think you're gonna have to sort of explain to the person that this is connected. And what better way to explain than a big stupid line that shows these things connected? But that's not looking great. So I am not going to, I said earlier I was going to design all this. So let's just do one. Well, actually, let's do two. gonna go crazy trying to do all these. Just be a lot of busy work. That's like if you're billing hourly, by all means, do all of them. Make it as precise as possible. What this needs is like a section break. I'll get that in a second. Got an idea. Oh, it's the same thing. Okay. Why would you do these? Why would you prime the cache twice? Who knows? But that's the example. So we're sticking with it. Okay, now let's give this a little section break. We might come back and redo this because I think we need like a little way to define the components. Weird noises coming out of my house. It's not gonna be too much. That's weird. Where do those buttons go? Where did those things go? They just disappeared. What? The colors must be way too close. She's trying to whistle. Something. It's pretty interesting, man. Like this week, my daughter, I'd say like the past week or two, there's a lot of stuff turning on in that little head of hers. Like she's gone from being kind of passive to like actively being able to request things, and it's kind of freaky. It's good, but it's also like, man, that happened quick. Is there any way we can angle this and add more complexity to the design, make it look awesome? No. You're watching on your phone. That's dedication. We've gone down the wrong path. This has just gone the wrong way. What are we even doing with it? Okay, let's try some more lines maybe and give it cohesion to the other side. Yeah, sure, that's not gonna be stupid hard to code. This guy, he's just floating. Why are you floating so much, bro? Just what you're gonna do. You know, I think that the one thing that is probably the closest is just putting a thing behind it. That's the closest to making that work. Don't love the contrast there, but whatever. Just let it go. I wonder if there's even something to that pattern of doing like that little sidebar, different color. Yep. Oh, that's why. It's getting darker from something else. Yep. And then can we get rid of that? And then can we move this over? And then can we do this? Oh, that bottom one, that was, we just sent that into like skew. Hi, Asma. Doing good. Doing pretty good. Yeah, there's something to resolve here. Who cares? We got the UI elements in place. We can tweak these, redo them, whatever. This is definitely the pattern, the outer pattern. I don't know what this is going to shake out to be, though. So we'll do one more just to see how this would look. I do not like that anymore. Go away. Go. Like if I knew for a fact something about this like would stay contained, I'm like really tempted to like stick it over here sideways, but those could get long. Make that a little bit tinier, push it over 1 pixel. We'll make some little Kirby boys. It might be time to get an office. I'm so sorry, because I know for sure that's going through. What? How did that? What just happened there? Change the left corner. Okay. Nope. It's like changing. Where is it changing that from? What? Really, Illustrator? Really? What do you figure? Oh, why is it 180 degree rotated? We just made this, right? Like we didn't. What? What do we do to rotate that? Let's just go to 0. Okay. What in the world? Illustrator will never cease to amaze me with like the odd stuff. These like random things it just decides you wanted. Okay. I think I might just get like a blanket, like a sound blanket. But I'm worried about that because like what if I need to go out there and to save her life? Somebody could be screaming. I wouldn't hear it. But more importantly, the stream quality would get better, so maybe that's an acceptable thing. We're all about stream quality here. All right, unlock everything. Got to pull these down. I don't know of any easy way to do this in Illustrator, or easy or good way. So this is the way I do it. All right, does anything else have to come down with that? Yeah. You just think, how much easier is it to do in code? It's so much easier. And there's tempting moments where I just kind of want to just start coding. I just want to say, screw it, we'll figure it out. But every time I do that, it bites me in the butt. Every single time. Okay, so now we're going to show another case just for this worker that only has one after live and one before live. Okay, and then delete this. So this might get funky. But it'll probably look more like a real use case. It's going to get shorter. It's the game of making money by deploying web services. You just Somebody just asked Soren, what is the game about? Does this look like a game? Does it look like game design? I don't think I tagged this as game design. No. What do you like, game? We're building make you money apps, not follow a passion that you had in high school and continued to go through. God, I wish I could make games, to be honest. I think game design is such an art form. Like, to get something that's like fun to play, actually fun. I mean, how many games have you guys played in like the past 5 years? Give you 5 years. So back to 2014. I'll go even further. 10 years. It's like 2009. How many games have you played where you actually felt like really accomplished, or whatever, just you found yourself getting legitimately lost in them? And you didn't like hit that point of like, oh, this is just stupid time wasting and whatever, but you actually felt like, oh man, I feel it. I don't know many. I mean, I could think of a couple that I really like got into. Yeah, maybe 20 tops, if that. Maybe once every 6 months you get one. I'm like kind of on a dry spell right now. Everything I've played lately, I don't love. Like, there's nothing like drawing me in and being like, hey, you have free time, go play that. Nothing. Absolutely zero. I played the Outer Worlds a little bit, and it was fun. I don't think they did a bad job on it, but I think it's just like every Obsidian game ever, and it gets boring quick, you know? I think like we had some people over for Thanksgiving. There's like this younger guy, he's like maybe 15, 16. And he said something that I thought was like, yeah, that's the problem, right? Is you have these like exploration games like Skyrim and Fallout. And the problem is you get punished for exploring. Like, if your thing is like, I love to explore, there will be a long feedback loop that's going to punish you for that. And the way it punishes you is it makes the game too easy. Like, you can crank the difficulty up as high as you want it. But if you're out exploring and looking for loot and finding it and upgrading your character or whatever, eventually you'll hit this point where you're just like one-shotting things, you know? Like in Skyrim, I had played that a bit, and I hit this point of like, what was I doing? I was like crafting crap, and I made a bow, and this bow was so powerful. Like, it had taken me like days to grind into this bow, and it was so powerful it would like one-shot everything. Like, I would hit a dragon mid-flight, and the dragon would land and then die immediately. Like, there was no challenge, none. And I don't know how you fix that in games like that. I really don't, but I think that's sort of the design of them. And like World of Warcraft, and yeah, like something like World of Warcraft, I guess doesn't really have that punishment as much until the very end, and then you're like, what have I done? You question your entire life, you know? Like, you get into a progressive rating guild, or if you're an idiot, you start one, and you start like rating these things, and it's hard as all can be, and then you slowly progress through the dungeons and slowly progress, and then you hit the final boss of this dungeon and you beat it, and then you turn the difficulty level up and you do it all over again, and eventually things become easy. And when they become easy, they're not fun. You know, I think that's life in general. Life is not fun when it's easy. You're like, our brains are sort of wired up to seek out challenges, which is like fine in real life. But when you're staring at like 2,000 hours played in a game and you hit that point, man, it doesn't feel good. And it kind of makes you never want to do it again. Okay. So we're going to do something here. I got to look the docs up, but there's a hosting. We're not even the docs. I just have to look up how the interface was handled here. There's two components to hosting, as far as I know. I don't think this is different. I think there's always a provider and always like a place, right? There's always going to be a provider. But then the region, I don't know if it's always a place, but I know there's always regions and things like AWS Northeast, AWS West Coast. So I almost think like we need to capture the hosting provider first, like above all this other stuff. So let me do that. Let's move it up. And there's almost a part of me that says that it has to come in as a prompt at some point. Okay, so the hosting providers are only going to be from providers you already have added. We'll probably make some simple modal to add those. We're not going to design that because we have a modal style already. But what would we do here? I almost feel like what we do is we just tell them the hosting provider, but let's just pretend it's unset. And if it's unset, they have to input it. This gets complicated. So it's a pair of drop downs. Let me go find a pattern. Probably like this. And then we really do need something that says like, you don't do this twice. Do not change this. Be sure. Because it's like new project territory if you change it. You have 2 accounts at DigitalOcean. Okay. So you think it would make sense to allow for multiple accounts? We'd have to identify them. That is a third thing, right? So you would say select the provider and then select the account. Self-identified, maybe say personal. And then the region. And that's just for AWS, but I imagine it's not uncommon. I don't know if there's a 4th level, but thank you, Nick, for bringing up that there should be multiple accounts. Because I think this will get out of the catalog. Like, I think they'll provide that to us. Okay, and I guess what we could do here is in the drop down, we'll just have a little thing that says add new provider. They tap that, modal pops up and goes to the new provider. That's easy. So that would be its unset. And then let's make the same thing, but now it's been set. We gotta move this down more. Make some notes for this. Okay. Nah, I don't think I need notes. What am I doing? Okay. So then here, hosting provider not yet set. I'm sorry, has been set. Let's just remove that. Right? It's easy. And now we get to stick the danger zone back up and tell them, what are you doing? You want to do what now? You want to change this? So it'll be unset or make editable, I guess. Just say change hosting. So they hold down change hosting. This turns back into this form. And maybe a little cancel button next to it. I'm so miffed that that's not wide enough. Dang it. Ugh. It's not even grouped up. Why is this ungrouping? That's so weird. I've grouped this at least 2 or 3 times. What is going on with this? Select. Group. We good now? Okay. Yeah, I just did not to get an idea. Okay, it looks fine. All right, let's take a look and see if we have coverage. Well, first of all, I think we're going to do a little something. So this would be, what do they call this? Build and deploy hooks. Yeah, it looks fine to me. Cool. One section done. hook? Hold on. What is hook timeout? Crap. We missed a thing? Did we really miss a thing? Was it just not in here? Oh. Stupid. It wasn't in here, but it's a thing you can do. Let's go track it down. Hook timeout. Where is just their list of things? Has this changed? I wonder if this has changed. So at some point, they're gonna this whole thing is gonna flip over to be like, Nanobucks only works with DigitalOcean, and they're gonna change the way all these things work to only work with DigitalOcean. I wonder if this has been updated. We're seeing it changed or something. How would I search for this? Hook timeout. I must have seen it somewhere. Right there. Okay. So hook timeout config lets you set a timeout for your deploy hooks. Hook timeouts are specified in seconds. If the timeout's reached, you'll be given the option to cancel or retry. So this is just a global setting that applies to every single hook. Okay. So it's just like a thing you would set up here. Maybe like right before you start listing all these guys down. One of these guys. That's such a funky thing to add in. Like, it makes, it's a weird thing to me. Like, why wouldn't you have the ability to set this down on all of them? Maybe you do, and it's just not documented. It just is a little weird because, like, some of these things, they're like milliseconds, like an echo. But this guy, that might take some time. I don't know. I'm also curious if we maybe want to do something with the hosting provider piece here. Kind of like this where it says hosting. I think there's something we could do that might make some sense. So if you, I know this is very tiny, it's hard to read. Let me see if I can make it. We'll just move it onto the main screen. Okay. So do you see this part here? You've decided that you want to use your own images. We're not going to give people this option with our thing. I don't know why, because I think that thing is in beta, the use your own Docker files thing. We're doing that for you, so you just forget about that. So here that we're going through review and submit, this would be like you're about to deploy for the first time. And we could make it so you can select your base box. So like every time you deploy or you create a new component move or whatever, it'll always end up in whatever like pre-selected to this one type of box. I don't know if that makes sense. But I know like when I was using this, I couldn't set this, right? And so I would almost immediately be like, okay, let's get ready to deploy, and then have to move that up to like a 1 gig box immediately. So I don't know. It does make some sense to me to say like, what's your default box? I don't know how many times that comes up though. Because if we say like, let me find one where we would move it. Okay, so new single component host. You select it. So you'd select it here anyways. So that's not a thing. Yeah, something is not sitting right about it. I think that one looks fine. Let me just fix up this guy. Maybe we can make it mimic this other thing. Although this is more like if you have multiple. But we'll give it a shot. So Noah, you asked, are we thinking of suggesting a default box based on any info they provide to us about it? Down the road. That sounds awesome. Yeah. But I would say that's not happening now. I'd say like, think of this as a very dumb sort of thing at this point. Fairly dumb. Let you pick your box. Okay, so you set your hosting provider. Then we get a list of boxes. Then I guess, yeah, we could say pick your box. This is going to be really hard to kind of like show what the designs would look like. But I'm going to try. So then we get a section called hosting. Again, the reason we're repeating is because we're showing two different states. Well, we have our first kind of hard thing to design. So we've got to have a way for them to see all of the available boxes on AWS. Is that for real? Oh, that's a lot of stuff to show. All right, let's get the notepad. And I don't know if you noticed, but Nanobox, they designed themselves into a corner on that one. The way they did it, it became like very difficult to select a box. And if you had to go to let's see what like a couple of the hosting providers would show you. So you have like Linode. Can I see their boxes? Interesting. What is this? Why is this gigabytes? Why am I selecting gigabytes? What is it? RAM? Okay. Yeah. So they have a pretty simple thing there. I almost wonder if like AWS is the one that breaks it. So you get this all figured out, and then AWS comes in with their 400 different options, and they make you completely reconsider your life. And this is like, also, this is your base staging box too, so we'll have to specify that. Now, the other option is, like I said, you could just launch it with this micro, and the first thing they have to, like the smallest one, the first thing they're going to have to do is go and scale stuff. Like, do we want to put all this right here? That's my question. So if we go to AWS, EC2, just the EC2s. You've got all of these different types. And then for each one of these, oh, you have more. That was just general purpose. These are just the general purpose boxes. There's like, what was that, like 6 there? 6 there. Jeez. AWS, man. Is there no easier way for you to do this? Is there no easier way? And then you have compute optimized, which is a whole different category. Then you have memory optimized. Oh, there's so many of them. And you can't really cherry pick this. You can't just like go in and say, well, I think people are going to whatever want this. No, you're going to pull the stupid list, and then you're going to have your front end know how to take a list that could have this many different options and display it. And it's got to be one solution. It can't be one solution just for AWS and another for Linode. It should be one solution that works for both things. But they just have so many options here, right? And mind you, these are really expensive boxes. I don't know who's going to provision a $30,000 a month box using our service. But somebody might. I don't know. I'm going to pull it out of the scope, man. I can't figure out how you would design that into a little screen like this. And I don't know, like, again, I don't know if Nanobox did this the right way. So this is like how they pulled it off. I don't know how they truncated this list. They must have maybe just selected one of those things or two. I don't know. There's almost like 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. So they have 4 different types of general purpose, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 different types of compute optimized. This is going to be really hard to figure out. Like this thing right here might be the best way to do this. That might be, like, without a doubt, the best way to pull this off. But we really shouldn't do it like that because that's how they did it. And we're already taking all their code. Like, we can't just keep grabbing. So what you could do if we wanted to ungraphic this whole thing is you could have a selection that lets you select one of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things. And then from there, you could have all of these things listed off in a select box. Every single one of them. And that's sort of like your dirty, no graphics way to do it. Yeah, let's look at a couple more providers. Maybe somebody else out there has it figured out a little better. Because like you can see this is such a big mess. When you get to like looking at all the different instances that you can like fire up. There is a page, I don't know where it is, that lists all of these, and there's got to be like 200 of them. Like lists them with pricing. So again, how are they figuring? This is compute optimized. How are they figuring out of all this stuff? There's 25 options there, 20 options. How did Nanobox figure out to prune it down? Unless that is like 20. I guess that is like 20 things. Yeah. They didn't prune it. They just showed it all. But they only showed one grouping from that one, from the computes. Sorry, I'm just clicking all over the place. Because if you were to go through all the computes, there's a lot more. Yeah, maybe not. Huh. Okay, let's look at a couple more. Who else would be in the game? DigitalOcean. Pricing? Where's this going to be? Okay, so they have a bunch. But these are simpler. So they have 4. And they're way simpler. And they even have this shared versus dedicated. So these are virtual versus dedicated. Okay, Azure. I've never actually been on this site, so we will find out how this is all set up. No, here we go. Okay. So, same deal. They have 4, 5, 6. Oh, so many. Oh, they keep going. Why don't you just tell me what one you want, right? Just start typing it in. This is going to be really hard to figure out. Holy crap. So imagine we pull this as a list, and it's like JSON object, right? And the JSON object has a title of an array of objects, and this is the title. And then the array of objects is this list right here. And then in that we have this information, which is, well, probably not that, but this information here. And this is for every hosting provider, of which we cover how many? 12. So we cover 12 of those. So we need a system that will cover all of this. Google, what do you do? Why is Google doing this different than everybody else? There we go. Okay. I thought they were about to tell me some weird stuff like just throw the code at it. We'll figure out what you need. You just give us the money. We give you the computer, okay? Actually, that is kind of what this is, isn't it? Look at that. They separate the memory from the CPU. Okay, so here's actual boxes. I don't know what this is. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. A bunch of those. Probably in the 30, 40, 50, 70, 80. Okay. Well. So they all luckily kind of share the same stuff. So if we break out, like, what is the hosting list look like? Well, there's always like a group. That might be, GPU, CPU, memory, specific boxes. Some of them do indicate if they're shared or not. And I almost tend to think every time I see virtual, I think that's a shared box. So let me just keep going through here and see if we can find one of these where we don't see virtual next to it. Like dedicated. Not with Google. You don't get dedicated. Okay, but we do see it with a couple of them, so we'll say dedicated for shared. Then they have some sort of like identifier. And that would be like, let's see. Well, this one doesn't. But some of those do. So that's just sort of like sometimes we get that. Sometimes we get this. Seems like we're always getting this. Then we have a number of CPU cores, number of RAM, number of disk, number of disk. Although I think it's a little separate here. You'll still get, there's probably some sort of thing that's based with with Google Cloud. Or it's just going to be like maybe that's a sometimes thing. And then bandwidth. And that's definitely a sometimes thing. Anything else? Not really. So you got the specialization. That'll help you drill in. That's sort of your outer selection. And I think dedicated and shared, I think, is part of the outer selection too. The identifier, well, that's just a name, and then you have all this data you have to relay. So the way I've seen, well, the way that Nanobox did it, which again, we're not going to take it, and I really wouldn't feel right taking this, it looks like what they did here is they got the specifications that they thought were important, the disk, the RAM, the CPU, and then they created this little bar chart. I don't know if it's really easy to see that, but can I zoom? Keep zooming. Oh, we are all the way zoomed down. We are like grandpa's trying to figure out how to use a computer zoom down. Yeah, so they have this like these little bars that are definitely indicating like relative to the things near it. I don't know what the width means, but relative to the things near it, what kind of CPU, RAM, whatever. The problem is this becomes completely impossible to work with. Like you see, like it's pretty, it works as a selection, no problem, but as a method to sort information, it gives you like the gist. It's not providing really good data though, because there's 3 boxes here right next to each other. These are 3 totally different boxes. They're probably like a difference in pricing of a lot, right? And I bet these are like from this one to this one's probably twice as much. Like that's probably a quarter CPU micro, and this is probably like a 2 CPU medium. But they're just, because you have such big peaks, we have guys over here with 94 cores and 50 gigabytes of RAM. It makes it so these like little differences are hard to see. So how do you pull that off? And I'm impressed. Like, this is a pretty good way to do it. What does the screen look like? Start here. It's definitely a screen. I mean, there's a question of like, do you maybe provide filtering? Because I usually know that. I don't need to see all these lined up next to each other. There's also cost. So should this be this big list of stuff to select from? Or should it just be like, how many CPU cores do you want? What's more important to you? CPU, RAM, disk? That might not be a stupid way to do it. What's more important to you? CPU, RAM, disk. Okay, you selected disk. So we're only going to show you, we're going to rank everything by disk. And then you have a slider. How much disk do you need? And it starts filtering down a table, just a simple table. And the table looks kind of like this. So it's got everything listed in it. And you're just slimming it down. You don't have to select CPU optimize or memory optimize, right? Because that's implied by your first selection. I'm curious if we will always have the ability to do this outer specialization thing. You know what I mean? Like, is that something we'll always have? Will we always be able to know shared versus dedicated? Okay. But you kind of get what I'm saying, right? Like, this is not some exercise in information design like this. This is poor. I would have, let's say I was like, I knew I want a memory optimized box with whatever amount of RAM in it. I would have to go here and like just hover my mouse over every single one of these things. And I wouldn't be able to compare. So comparison's out the window. Because what I'd have to do to compare it is hold my mouse here, commit to memory whatever the stats of that thing were and the cost, and then go back and hold my mouse here and compare it like in my head. And the nice thing about tables, although they're not, ideal, I mean, like, you see everything, you compare it really quickly. If we know you're comparing against something like disk, like if you say to us, or even CPU, okay, the vCPU, that's the most important thing to me. We can visualize that here in the table. I'm liking where this is going in my head. So this becomes a wizard, kind of. Becomes a thing where, how would we do this? Let's do some sketching. I'll pull this off Artboard and just do it here. Let me hit that save button. Oh, that's a good sign. There we go. All right. So thanks. Really, and you had to leave the screen to do that. So let me pop this, put a pin in it. Yep. Oh, that's great. Can't save it. Okay, so you have sort of this like interface, and it's telling you to like choose your host, choose your box, choose box. You have sort of like a selector that says CPU, RAM, and disk and bandwidth, I guess. We'd have to, I think those are the three that we'll always have. So we'll just stick to these three. And then underneath that, once you select like this, CPU is my thing, then you get a slider for that. That starts off with like 2 core to whatever, 64 core. And I wonder too if you just have one that says general. Yeah. And then that's, if you select that, would show you more. So like when you select CPU, you only care about the CPU, we'll say. And you just sort of like drag this guy over and it starts filtering down a list. And when you say I want general, which I guess we could do that instead. This is exactly how it should be. 100%. This should be how it's just paste it in. We're prototyping. Yeah. And then for these guys, like then you would give them all the options. So we're going to have to make sure this is something that can take that and just sort of say, okay, what about your RAM? 1 gigabyte, 200 gigabyte, who knows? Because this will allow us to bring in just like general boxes. So general is our catch-all. So if we don't have these optimized defaults being served to us, so this means we. Okay, let me back this up. So general is the catch-all. If we have a host that only does like simple boxes like Vultr, I don't think that they have like tiers of boxes. Oh, they do. So they have 2 tiers. So they have compute and high frequency compute, whatever that means. So we have just these 2 factors. We don't have one that says CPU. We don't have one that says GPU. We don't have one, these other outer specializations. So this is going to be some work because we're going to have to assign this. So if we only get this, compute and high frequency compute, we'll just list it all in the one thing. You just start telling us what you want. We'll filter this list down. That's what we'll do. We'll just filter the list down. And I wonder too if you could you get into price as well. So you just, yeah, Demon Wolf, you said choose your cloud. Yeah, build your cloud. Yeah, you're just sort of like making this whole process of picking something a lot easier. What is this Geekbench? Is this a thing? Did they make this up? Whoa. Didn't expect that set of graphics to be right in front of me. What is Geekbench? This is just a benchmarking tool that they run on their boxes? Okay, so I wasn't sure if this was like a third-party authority that assigned scores or something. But who cares, right? Like, who cares about this score? If I'm building stuff, I need to know about this stuff. That's what I need to know, not this. This weird benchmark. Benchmark of what, So that could be another thing too, right? Is the storage providing, like, is it on disk as HDD or is it an SSD? Okay. Anyways, I think that's the right way to treat that. And then again, we just kind of like repeat this, 20 gigabyte to whatever, infinity. If you're Dropbox, you have infinite disk. Okay, so once you're through this sort of wizardy thing, then you would get your list down here. Or maybe here? I don't know. It's in proximity. We'll say it's like here. And then it's just going to have all these options. and include all these things. So just stuff in here. And again, if you've told us something like to kind of base an analysis off of, we can show it. But I don't think it's wise. Like it's kind of a no-no in information design to, like try to throw all these different types of things into one display. And we can do really simple stuff, right? So if it's CPU, you just make a little box for every core. Just make a little tiny box. Okay, that's a core, that's a core. There's a core, there's a core. And then you show the 64 core box, and it's, 64 of these things. And that way you can really quickly see how much bigger something is. I don't know. This is a big interface though, and we're going to need to contain it. So we're going to need to make this work in something like this size. Because I don't have any problem just like popping modal for every popping modal. We're popping modal. We're going to probably have to pop a modal for everything though. So you'll pop into the modal, you'll select these things, and you'll pop back out. And because I don't like the way Nanobox had done this all inline, I think when you start doing all this stuff inline, it gets real shaky. Like everything is inline. And I'm sure if I went on Nanobox right now, we should. Let's go see if I can log in. Like, could I open up 40 of those? Just make it interesting. We're gonna make it interesting. Okay. Just open up some stuff here. All right. So I want to look at my app components. Very slow to load that up. And then I just want to move all of it. Does it close it? No, let's just keep doing it. All of it at once. Every single one of them. Go. This one too. And this one. And this guy. Oh, and don't forget about this guy. What is the point of this? Why? Like this is all, I mean, it's right in the card for this thing or whatever, but what is this is just madness. Like again, this is a really pretty way to do the information design. Also fairly useless. Like it's not as, it's very pretty and it's pretty effective, but it's just really hard to see the difference between these two things. Really, really hard. And there we go. There's the 3 boxes I was talking about. So we have, where is it? Oh. Okay, so there's 3 right next to each other. And you'd have to mouse over them. You wouldn't, like this information is just hidden from you. They look exactly the same, but that one box on the far right is about choice is powerful. Yeah, okay. Demon Wolf. It's not that I don't like Nanobox anymore. I have a lot of respect for Nanobox. And I don't want to make it sound like I'm speaking bad of them. They got purchased. So they got purchased by DigitalOcean, and they're going to sunset the product. So we are making a new one. That's a little concerning. Yes, Demon Wolf. There's you can go on YouTube, and I have a video up that's called, like, it's just day 1 of this project on YouTube. You could go there and you can watch it, and I get into the whole story of what's going on with this project. I definitely suggest you do. It's a little long, but you can kind of skip around and get the idea of why we're doing this and how Nanobox is involved and how some of the how we have a team member there or that used to be there that's hopefully going to be pitching in. They paid for it to acquire it, so they're going to change it into something else. In the meantime, it still works, but the general impression is that they're essentially they've ended support, and they're going to reorganize it into something that only works with DigitalOcean, I think. I could be wrong about that. I'm pretty sure that's what's going to happen, though. That's why we're working on it. Even if it doesn't, they should have had a desktop GUI. Come on, guys. And maybe they can acquire our app. It's not the dumbest way to look at this. We could just get on that acquisition wagon, ride it right into DigitalOcean's bank account. Okay, so now we kind of got this figured out here. I think it's somewhere around here. Maybe what we'll do is, in this same way, say default box. So there's provider, and then we say default box. All this just to like put some text here. I had worked with a guy that was just like, he made me so sad one day. To me, I don't know about the rest of you guys. To me, the one thing I don't love about doing development is forms. I don't love it. I think that forms are just the worst, and you're never going to change my mind on that. They're the least funnest part of web development. Fight me on it if you want to. Name something that's less tedious than forms. There's nothing. Everything in the project just sucks when you have to start doing forms. And I would work with this guy, Nate, and he was just like, he's like, dude, everything is forms. The whole site is forms. It's forms all the way down. You can dress them up, but they're always forms. And it made me really hate my life for a couple months there. I was just so sad. I was just so depressed. Because to me, my favorite part, like if I had one thing I could do all the time, and it was like the only thing I had to do, I would do like landing pages. I would do those, like, if you guys have watched my stream back like a year ago, when we would do those, like those end of project, like, here we go, we're going to make some crazy thing. Those pages are my favorite, which is like all animation and like trying to get everything to sequence together. I'm in my happy zen zone right there. So Coda, you're asking how do I deal with burnout? That's a good question. I don't deal with it. I try to prevent it. So once you're burned out, you're screwed. Like you're probably looking at 3 months of recovery when you actually hit the burnout phase. I'd say it's like a long process to get back in and like cleanse yourself of it. But the trick is that like default, hold on. The trick is, in my opinion, the trick is just never getting burned out. So if you find yourself getting a little burned out, you have to or if you find yourself like feeling a little bit different about your work, I recommend you just take the time off. Just take a time off. Don't do anything else. Read a book. And so I usually cycle that. Like I'll cycle 3, 4, 5 days on, and then maybe like 3 days off. But I will never work right through a week. I used to do that a lot, and you can do it. You can have stamina, and you can definitely put in work every single day. You can do that for a couple of months, maybe a year. And then it catches up with you. And like, again, if you hit the point of true burnout where you're having trouble thinking through things, you're getting shorter with people, you're finding less interest in code, all of those things, like, first of all, that can be the kickoff to career change. That can be the kickoff to quitting a job that was probably not that bad. That can be the kickoff to a lot of things. Your whole life goes under reflection when you're burned out. Sounds crazy, but it does. And that's why a lot of companies, they'll have like that unlimited PTO policy, where it's just like, look, take time off when you need it, because they know if somebody hits that point, they might quit. They might just be like, I'm done. I'm not going to work here anymore. I'll say like the hardest thing to juggle is like remaining in peak productivity mode, while juggling your time off, because that's hard. So there's almost like this, I don't know if the way I do it is going to work for you, you know? And so Balrog, you have 6 weeks paid vacation days and you withdraw almost each of those days every year. Withdraw as in like you don't take them or you take them. Because here's like my first like job where I had unlimited PTO. I had been there for about a year, and my the COO came up to me, and it was like in December, and she's like, "How many vacation days have you taken this year?" And I was like, "I don't know, like 2, 3." Just like I had just days where I had to go to a doctor's appointment or something like that, and I would still come in, but I'd like, you know, make sure it was marked down somewhere. And she like looks at me and she goes, "You know, like the problem with these unlimited PTO policies is that if you like your job and you like coming in, people don't take all the time." So she was just like, "You need to take the rest of the month off." This was like the beginning of December. And she was like, "Just take the rest of the day off." And it was like 25 days in a row that she just like, "Just don't come into the office." And that was because, again, she wasn't stupid. And she knew that if I didn't take the time off, like I would burn out. So you almost have to force yourself to do it. In Europe, I think they do it a lot better. So like if you're like Italians have sort of a 3-month holiday every year, and you just take the time. And then the rest of the year, I mean, they're Italian, so they don't work that hard, but like they work pretty hard when they're in the office. But I would be really surprised. Like I think that there's probably like an ideal that is maybe 4 days a week. If you can put in 4 10-hour days a week and then switch off for the rest of the week, you'll probably get a lot more done than somebody who's putting in 7 days a week, you know, same amount of time, because they're going to just hit a wall, and they hit it hard. I'm sorry I got off on that, but it's very individual. But I can tell you for sure, you are not an exception. You will, maybe it happens when you get older or something, I don't know. But you find like, what I found at least was that as time went on, as I got older, it's not that I didn't have the stamina to work. It's that after suffering a real burnout, like a real hard, like life reflecting burnout, I just realized like you just can't do that. It's a freaking marathon. It's not a sprint. Like, and it's, people kind of look at that and say, "Well, yeah, you got to work hard though." Like, yeah, but you work 80-hour weeks for a year. You can pull that off for a year maybe. And then you die. Everything turns off. You lose all your passion. You lose your reason for going to work. Like, it just goes away. And I think the other piece of it is like, at least in this industry, we get paid really well. So it's like really easy to retire early. It's like really easy to be one of these people that only works half the year. That's not hard. It's not impossible. And what do you notice? Do you notice many people doing that? Not really. It's like an addictive job on top of all this. So Clau, you asked, did I read about the experiment Microsoft did in Japan, shortening work hours in a week, improve productivity? Yeah, Clau, I did read about it. I have some questions around sustainability. It was a short study. They showed that by doing a 35-hour work week or something, or it was a 4-day work week, that they increased their productivity, and however they're measuring that, who knows? They increased it by 40% or something. There must have some metrics that they're looking at to say that that's the 40% increase. Who knows what that is? It could be something that's a dumb metric. But I don't think they did it long enough, because like I said, in my opinion, these things like burnout, that doesn't happen in a week. If you're getting burned out from 1 week of hard work, something's probably wrong with you. I'm not joking. Like, you've got something going on wrong with you. You've got a cortisol imbalance, blood sugar imbalance. You've got external factors hitting you. Something's going on. Most people can sustain a high sprint for like 2 to 4 weeks, no problem. So in a period of whatever that period was, it wasn't long enough. When I don't remember exactly, I think it was like 3 or 4 months. To me, that's not long enough to kind of pool out what the real outcomes of that are. But it made a lot of sense to me. I just want like, I want more data like that, because I really do think like as I'm on stream, I kind of go slow, and if I'm working on my own, I can like put headphones on, crank music, and get like more things done in 3 hours than if I were sort of like teetering into exhaustion that I get done in like a whole day. And I think you can work in bursts like that. And I would love to know research on that crap. Like, you can't hold a highly productive state for very long, but when you can, man, it's like chasing the dragon. When you're sitting there and you're coding and you slap out 2,000 lines of logic in one day and it works fine and like everything's like really, tip top shape. But it's hard to do that. It's hard to enter into that state and hold it. But I mean, geez, imagine if you could work for 2 hours a day or 3 hours a day. I don't know. There must be something to figure out there. I'm sorry, guys. That was a big pull away from what we're working on. So we got the default instance type. So here is where we'd sort of show the stats from the box, right? So we'd say like every instance that you're bringing up is going to have these stats. And I think just the same thing here. I might start phoning this crap in though if I'm not careful. So in different Ghost, you get 20 minutes of that a day, and it's literally half your work. Yep. That's not a lie. Like that's that Office. You guys ever see the movie Office Space? And like this guy is working in this office, right? And it's getting reviewed by productivity specialists, turnover specialists. These guys that come in and try to like, they downsize a company, they figure out who's productive, who's not. And they're talking to this guy, the main character. And like, they're asking everybody basically the same question. Like, what do you do here? Describe your role. And everyone's trying to be very political about their answers, right? Like they're trying to say like, oh, my job's so important. I do these things. And I bring a lot of value to the company. And this guy he got hypnotized in the beginning of the movie, and he never got unhypnotized. So he was hypnotized, told to be like very relaxed, and he never unhypnotized. So he's just like speaking his mind. And he's telling these two productivity consultants, he's like, I get about 15 minutes of actual work done every day. Or like, it's like in a given week, I get about 15 minutes of actual work done. And that's what it turns into. That's when, that's your day, guess what? You're burned out. Because you should be able to push beyond that. Phoning in design, that's for sure. We're just phoning that right in. Look at that. That's just peachy. And who knows if this is the real thing, right? We'll do a cost on this too. We can make it look better. Let's just take that as our mantra for the project. We can make it look better later. I don't think you need to tell somebody that's $30 a month is a price. So what we're going to do is we're going to make this a toggle state, and we're going to put a little button over here. This says change. So when you click this button, another button will show up here, or rather it will reveal the danger zone. And maybe this is a modal. That might make sense too. Yeah, I don't get it. Like, I don't. I know that people are real opposed to getting overmanaged at work and things like that. But there's a reason for that. There's a reason that managers are sort of programmed to micromanage, and the problem comes from people who like waste time at work. It comes from like, trying to get the most productivity out of somebody as you possibly can. And I don't know, like, I don't always disagree with things that I see like people freak out about. Like when you have this, I saw a thing, Gary Vee put it out, and I think he's sort of like, he sort of knows what he's doing. But I kind of think Gary Vee is not the digital Jesus that everybody makes him out to be. He had put out this graphic, and one of the things in the graphic, it was talking about like bad micromanagement things that you could do, because this is what Gary Vee does. Like, he puts these videos out, or these little graphics out, and I'm sure he put this one thing in to make people reply to it, because he's kind of like smart, this little graphic though that he had put out, it had, a thing like standing over somebody's shoulder, and they're telling them like change the logo color, you make the logo bigger, which you're like, yeah, it's obviously micromanagement, that's stupid. But then it had this one that was like people in a meeting, and the guy running the meeting was like, can you please put away your cell phones? Like, how is that micromanagement? Isn't that part of the problem? Isn't part of the problem in the workplace that there's so many distractions? And if your workplace is like completely cool with all the distractions, that you probably are working somewhere where people aren't like fully productive. But if it's a little bit strict, I just feel like maybe that's the better call. Like, why are we letting people, like, sit there on their phones, rubbing away on this thing on Facebook in the middle of work and not saying anything about it? Like, when did that become a right instead of either a privilege or like, I don't know, would it be a privilege or just like straight banned? I've never understood it. Like, if you talk to somebody who's like a bit older, they would never even think of taking a personal call at work, right? So you had a phone on your desk and you were like trying to work your way up the ladder, and somebody called and was like, hey, I need to talk to you. This is your brother, and let's go bowling or something. You'd be like, no, man, I'm at work. Like, don't call me about personal things at work. Nowadays, you're sitting on there playing Angry Birds and like balancing your checkbook and planning out your evening. And everyone's like, yeah, but that's how it's supposed to be. Like, why? Why should it be like that? That distraction definitely leads to you not working as well as you could. Okay. I'm moving this. I don't think we're actually going to design this. I think we're going to make that just a sketch, because that's going to be a heck of a lot easier to do inside of HTML and CSS. It's going to be really hard to get it right in design. Heck of a lot easier to do when it's code. So I think we just knocked out the global setup. So, Lucas, you think that the reverse is common too, that there's no boundary outside of work to say, like, I'm at home, don't call me, I'm at home, right? Yep. Dude, I totally agree. So is this just the world we live in now and there's no one doing it? or is it important to have these boundaries? And maybe like if you ever find yourself in the position of having a company, maybe you'll understand it more. You know, like maybe you'll get why things are the way they are. Because I wonder if it's just a matter of like I don't want to police somebody's phone usage, but I kind of would rather hire a person that knows not to do that, right? Then again, like you kind of do want the employee that you can, you know, you see them outside of work or whatever, and you're talking about work stuff, and that's kind of good. But is that maybe short-sighted? And yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. So many things to balance out there. Okay, hold on. I don't think we need the local design. I'm going to pull that back. So now we're going to get into the Mac Daddy. So do we need design difference between staging, single instance, and production? Probably not. Let's just do the production one. And then we'll see if we need to do staging. All right, so I'll make another one of these guys. That's not going to work. Yeah. Hopefully it doesn't need to be this long. Move this here. You know, we got to put this on its own layer. Okay, Lucas, I mean, I agree. I think that there's you can't be what is it, inflexible in any sort of these policies. You always have to allow for gray. I mean, I don't know. I've never really worked at an ideal place, I don't think. I worked at a place that was pretty, like, if not extremely relaxed on, like, there were no productivity metrics. None. It was like, do whatever you want. And as a result, like, I know Joe got out of there and, like, wanted to start a company and did start a company that was exclusively dealing with solving productivity problems. Because there were some fucking, nope, that's a swear word. There were some slackers there, big time. Like people that changed my opinion on like how lazy someone could be. Not all of them, not even most. Just there were a couple, and they floated. Like they didn't do crap for work at all. And we had mission critical stuff that we were working on, and they would just drop the ball, not get their work done, overestimate projects, like, and we would see these things that we were launching fail. And it was like, yeah, it's failing because we have a garbage person at marketing, and these things don't just like work on their own. Like you need talent all, you know, up and down the spectrum. Yeah, Lucas. We had the place I'm thinking of, we had a lot of people, but we were broken into these smaller teams. But I think what happened was it got too big. Like it like got too big, and we didn't segregate the teams enough. So everybody was like in the same office, but we were all in different teams in a sense. So we went from like under 10 to over 20 overnight. Yeah, I mean, there's an ideal team size, right? Like if you had to say the ideal team size is probably like 7 to 10, maybe 7 to 12, because anything bigger than that, like at that size, you have a family. You have like a manageable family unit, and you have a unit, and that's the important word, unit. Everybody's There's no clicks. And then you get to this certain point. It must be like 13, 12, somewhere in there. And you're going to have clicks. You're going to have like you're going to have 2 units inside of a bigger thing. And it's just going to happen. There's going to be like a little group. There'll be 2 of them. And once you have 2 groups, you're sort of on the path to problems. And I don't think that's a good thing. I think that's a bad thing. I always thought it would be interesting if you're trying to make a big company. Like if you had a company that had to exist, let's just say like you had Microsoft or something. You had something where you have like ecosystems of products, not just like one product. You have ecosystems. You have groups. You have like browsers, and you have what else does Microsoft have? Email clients, just like all these totally disconnected things, right? I always thought it'd be interesting if you never ever built a campus. Like, I don't know if anybody's ever done that, but if you just said, no, we're not going to build a campus. We are going to just build, like, every time we get 10 people, we'll build another office, and it will be somewhere else. And we're going to have 100,000 offices in this country, or 100,000, 10,000 offices, or 5,000 offices in this country. They'll be all over the place. And you just distribute it. Right. And yeah, it's going to be there's going to be like a little bit more overhead, but I don't think it'll be that much. And you're not going to be able to provide the same level of whatever service in each office. But I feel like, to me, that like something about that really makes sense. So you have the sense of the small team, and you keep that. And that way you never really have to have bloat on your team. Because when you get to like 200 people, man, you can work at a company with 200 people. If you've got a good relationship with your direct, like your manager, you can kind of not get all that much done. If they really like you, they'll keep you. If you're not making any waves, you'll stay there. Like, nobody's going to impede on it. You know? So you just keep these like really condensed product teams. That's how I would do it, man. If I had a big company, that's exactly how I would do it. Like, if, let's say, this product takes off, if MAGA takes off, I would say, like, okay, we have 7 or 8 people that I know should be on this team. Let's get them, stick them in an office somewhere, and kind of tell them not to worry about the rest of the business. Like, just don't worry about it. Like, it's not your business. There's nobody they bump into. Self-contained little mini company. Assign somebody that's like a COO, assign like a CEO, and just be like, okay, here's your little mini company. Don't worry about the rest of the corporate structure. It's not your deal. And then you have another product, you start another team. You have another startup. You have you just reboot the whole process again. I think something that happens at big companies that's really stupid is that they fight over teams and talent and all that crap. They try to like promote people into departments to steal them. Okay, so let's walk through this a little bit. So we have a production tab here, which represents the production state of deployment. The production state environment group. I don't know. Probably environment is probably the best way to say it. Cluster. I don't know. So you have this group of things that you're calling a production server. I think in terms of UI, this rail has to be on. You know, it is called a rail. We probably should design this in first. And I almost feel like that goes on the right instead of the left. We railed stuff in the left before, but I think the rail is probably going to take you. We almost should say the rail will take you out of this page. So it's called external linking. But what you're going to want to do here is obviously launch to production. So move your code base from local to prod. Roll back in deployment history. I think this could be something that we take off and throw in the rail. And the rail could also just be to like pop modals open and stuff like that. I think we almost like what's another way to look at this? Rail could maybe be for things you only really do once, things you don't do that often. How often do you go and set your SSL up? Once, twice. Okay, we want to show the instance details. So that's going to be what? Don't know. I think that might be in there in the wrong way. I think that that's just obviously this. It's the same thing. It's a component in stats. Okay. Platform management, which is your top level instance. So the platform is a load balancer, a log vac. It's a warehouse, message bus. So this is just the stuff that lets all your components talk to each other. And it, in fact, takes all the rules of a component in terms of scaling and stuff like that. Okay, so we have components that are going to be these guys. And we'll need to break out CPU, disk, RAM, swap, disk remaining, total bandwidth. Okay, so let's start working through some of these stats in a notepad file. So it'll have a name. It may have a child parent. In the stats group, the CPU, that's needs to be graphed. The disk, that needs to be graphed. So that's usage, right? That's not, it's not, yeah, it's disk usage. It's like how much of the disk, how much activity is on the disk. The RAM, that's going to need to be graphed. Because things like this don't really make sense as singular things, right? It doesn't make sense to say what in this exact moment, what's the CPU running at? Nobody cares, right? If I bring up this thing, what does it do? It does tell me that for whatever reason, but it starts to graph this out because that's what's relevant, right? These little spikes aren't terribly relevant. Actually, those spikes are terribly relevant. Never mind. We could say also have a max. Maybe they are a little relevant, but not the exact moment right now. It's more like the max. Swap percentage, that's also a graph and a max. Now we have some fixed stats. Disk remaining. Now this could be graphed, but the current val is more important. And like it could be graphed. So graph is a secondary. The total bandwidth. Ooh, that could go both ways. Because we could show network as a graph, which does make sense. And then total. And the total is going to just be what? Total for month? A question mark? I don't know. This is something like if they needed to if total bandwidth was a deal and you were trying to figure it out because it affected pricing or, you needed to know, that if it affects pricing, my almost guarantee is that you're going to be able to see that easier than we could provide it and more accurate than we could provide it at like your hosting provider. So the question then becomes like, does the hosting provider provide an interface in their API? It's like saying the same thing twice. They provide an interface to get that back at any given moment. Like, could you ask them? And if it's at any given moment, are we gonna be able to graph it? Because the graph is really just network. It's your network activity. And I don't believe that's currently in the Pulse. So we have an agent that we can install on the server that's already been developed that provides CPU disk RAM swap. So it provides that stuff. Disk remaining, that's easy enough to get. I can get that with like a single command. Total bandwidth. Like, I don't think that's easy. I don't think that's like a real quick thing. I guess you could ask it and you could say like, well, what's the bandwidth been used for the past 60 seconds? But I feel like you're installing something to do that. I could be wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong, Twitch chat. So, okay. I think that's the stats that we need to display. And that's going to be hard. Like, there's no easy bit about that. The way that Nanobox pulled that off was they used a series of blocks right across. And the blocks went like green, yellow, red. And then you could ask for a graph, and then the graph would like draw out. I think one of the best ways I've ever seen this stuff displayed was in Heroku. They broke everything out, and you could just sort of like get more stats than you would normally get out. Let's see if I can pull that up. So say Heroku design. I don't know. There it is right there. Get bigger. Why are you so tiny? There you go. Yeah, it's not even great when you see it, right? The response time is interesting. I don't know where you'd get that from. The fact that it exposes errors is interesting. I don't know how they're going to do that. Yeah, this is pretty decent design. I don't know. What is RPM? What? Requests per minute. That's right. So these are what, APIs? So let me see if they have one that's more for like where they graph the web service. Yeah, that's like a web service right there. Why? What is this? What is this thing that they keep doing? Oh, it's so tiny. It's gonna be hard to read. But yeah, they're just stacking data. That is interesting. So I'm going into this. I know it's all blurry and it's hard to see, but basically what they've done is they've broken out these pieces. So Heroku is like a dashboard that lets it's a pass. It's a dashboard that lets you manage these Heroku boxes, which are just, I think, sitting on AWS, but it's super easy mode. And we didn't look at any of this stuff going into the design. So my design is sort of like a guess. It's not informed by research. It's like just things I've seen that I think are going to look good. It's sort of interesting to me to see it like this. So they have the components up here and you just select the component and then it graphs out. Where in my impression, what I would do is graph everything. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to do it that way. Why is this so big? Okay. So each component's going to have this stuff. And then each component's also going to have controls. So there's going to be a number of instances that this represents, and then the ability to change. So we're just going to break out here and say ability, the scale button. This is a vertical. A separate. This is a horizontal. So in a vertical scale, you just select a different instance. In a horizontal, you're going to select a different instance plus a number of instances. And scale affects the oh wait, hold on, yeah. So separate, just as a note, nope, let's redo this. Let's go right back. Let's start with separate. And what this will do, we'll just say this will move component into its own instance, which will trigger like number of instances plus instance type. It'll trigger that. Then we'll have scale, which would keep component in instance, or it would only be available on an instance level. And it's going to let you set the number of instances. And separate again. So we'll say this will only be available on a multi-component level. Meaning there's like, it's a child. We could just use, that'll probably be even easier to remember. Okay. So then we need to do things that aren't really controls. They're more like links. Open a terminal into this component. And then, delete. That's definitely that's a danger zone. Reboot. Okay. Let's go see in the just the Nanobox services, was there anything else that they were doing here? Because again, we're using their code base. So what we want to do at the very least is have parity. We can extend on top of it and make it better. But at the very least, we need parity. So I'm going to go look through. Ooh, that's interesting. So like down here, they had a way to move these databases into a different host config, it looks like. Interesting. So what they were doing, that's nuts. That's nuts. What they were doing, or what they had figured out, was like if you had a box here that had, let's say, like 10 components in it, and then you spun up a new box, you could move like just this one component in, right? Because that's what you're going to do. That's how you're going to do that. You're going to select one component and you're going to say separate it. But as an option, when you do the second one, you can just like do that and just say use the same thing and become the second item inside of this other instance instead of doing like everything blown out as its own instance. So at any point, you can just say, nope, just stick it into this one. Interesting. Smart. It's smart. So that's a feature we have access to. Okay. So I'm going to put a note on that. Separate only available and child move into its own instance or, well, into a new or existing instance. Okay. Which I guess makes sense. You could have like a worker box and you could have a database box that just had 4 databases on it. And you leave one of them. You can leave a database on like the primary host and then move one over to the next one. Okay, let's keep looking. What else do they have? Scale up and scale down. That's it. The admin stuff is so you can get some stats out. So this here is a stack of instances. So if you smack admin, it's like general info on the box. So it'll have an IP address that you can hit and like you can shell into it if you wanted to. That might be smart to have like an info, not called admin. It's definitely just info. That might be smart though. And so what they did here was they kind of they have these stats exposed, but they didn't get deep into them. You see that? They just kept it like very simple. I don't know if that's the smartest thing. Because then when you asked for stats, you got this weird, crazy, like, graph. It's beautiful. I think it's beautiful. I think it's cool. But I think it's also like the most interesting way you could display 24 hours of time by laying a clock out and then graphing on top of that. It makes it impossible to compare. It really does. It makes it like so hard. I can see if I can find one of these graphs like wired up, but we don't even need to. It's just not a good graph. At least in my opinion, right? So I guess the interesting thing is too, you can move, this moving thing can happen even when it's still an instance. You could move it back. You can tuck it back inside of a thing. And so here, these are EC2 instances, Badger Live. Oh, hold on. Because that has a hosts button. I'm going to have to jump in and just see what the difference is here. I don't want to do this wrong and like kind of get us into a corner. So this service isn't live, but it has the button isn't move, it's host. So why does it say hosts? So you can still move it. What is this hosts thing? Is it just saying that it's a child of this thing? I don't know. That's so funky. What is that? I don't know. Let's find something. Like, is this different? Oh, I think I got it. So if you were to say that this was a multi-box, 20 of these, 30 of these. Wow. Who needs more than 30? Give me more. Yes, give me more. More. that pricing is definitely not reflecting 30 of those things booting up. There are 480 of them. So I'm guessing that when you tap that hosts thing, what this is it's if you had 20 boxes there, you'd be able to see each one of them. That's my guess. Why would it be anything but that? Reboot all containers. Because you can't scale this individual thing, right? It's based up off of this guy. All right, we could test it. Let me think if I got anything. Maybe this guy. Nope. Nope. I don't want to just be moving stuff around either. I think that makes sense to me. I'm operating under that assumption. And if it's wrong, if it's a bad assumption, fine, I guess. So once something's become an instance, it's got different rules. So separate only available on child. Move component into a new. Yeah, so that's not actually only available on child. But separate would probably be the right thing. And then you'd have. We just need to type this out. Like break it up. So you can delete a child. You can reboot a child. You can separate it. Can't scale it. Turn into it. Just gonna do all those same things. Even say both. So a parent could be moved. The question I would have is like, how would you be able to move this into another, like, let me just see. If I hit move, I say single existing host. So it's going to what? Stick it back up in this thing. I think that's what it's going to do with it. You can't move it from instance to instance, but you can move it back into the primary host. Oh, this is complex. Because I think we got this wrong. I think it's like child, parent, and then there's like host, and then there's like a difference between single component parents and then multi-component parents. And trying to figure out all the rules for all these things is just not going to happen right now. I'm going to have to talk to Dan about it and like get an idea. Because I bet there's lingo, but there's like behind the scenes lingo for this. It might be exposed in something like the classes they stuck on these things. Yeah, maybe cluster box. Because there's host box and cluster box. So that's exposed. Let's jump into another project that doesn't have that and see what it says. Still gonna be host box. Yep. And then you just have, what is that even? Oh, that's right there. These are just component boxes. Okay. So they're subcomponents. It's probably, when we do this, not stupid to follow a convention like that. So I'm going to just take some notes here. I don't think I have anything that would show that, but maybe they're both cluster boxes. Don't know. So we're going to design for the one we know, which doesn't have these like multi-component parents. Because I'm not even 100% sure you can do that. It makes sense to me that you'd be able to, but it looks like that move actually just moves component into existing instance. No, moves into, back into the host box. I didn't see anything that said like move this over to this other named thing, which might make sense because you would blow out that process. And I don't know though. If you can do it here, why couldn't you do it anywhere else? Okay, though, I think that's enough to start actually designing. Just stick it off screen here. Okay, so we're going to start with the rail because that's going to be the odd one out. And now you think the rail, we might want all that horizontal space, so it might make a lot of sense to, instead of do a rail, make it like a header. Just like that way we get as much horizontal as we can get out of this layout. And something like launch to production, maybe that's a section. It's like a big button, right? Right at the top. Pop, press that button. And now truthfully, when you work with this, you launch to production from the command line with Nanobox. So maybe that's a mission control thing. Let's go look. Did we stick that in there? Nope. No, we did not. But it might make a lot of sense to stick it in there. But we actually have a link that goes out of that says the deployment. Which I guess could make sense because you're bringing boxes up and down, and that's where you're going to see it, is on the deployment steps. All right. Platform management. So that's at the top. And really, this is like the host box. Okay. Guys, I got to take a quick break. I'll be back. I'm going to go check on that baby. See you guys soon. Okay. Had a little idea. Start with launch production. I thought what might make sense here, or what could be kind of cool, is if we have a button that you have to drag. And we'll work this out. I'm just getting the raw shapes in right now. So the other option would be to do one of those, the the kind of pattern that we did for confirm buttons, but I don't know. I just thought it would be cool to switch it up a little bit. Just making this a corner box. So if I wanted to, I could mess around with it a little bit. I do want to create some separation between this and the component list. So I'll do that in a second. I think what we'll do is we'll just set this on a different background color. So we have a couple extra controls we need to stick in there too. I was just thinking of a way to like get the header and the launcher production section combined. So here we've got these items right here. So I'm just going to copy and paste them into the interface. So we have config DNS, SSL, TLS. These are probably separate things. View the logs, and then the rollback and deployment history. So we need little buttons for those guys that'll send you off to another page. I don't think we've really established what that looks like anywhere. But part of me wants this to be like icon-y. Sort of like this. And I don't know if I want to use this icon style, but we need to say they're buttons basically when somebody's looking at this, and that's not super easy to do. So we'll say 1, 2, 3, 4. And then because we're never going to be able to nail an icon that says these things. Now we need to play find the icon. DNS. What is DNS? DNS. What is that? What is an icon that says DNS? Some of these are going to be easy. SSL, TLS, we'll just... That one's the easy guy. Awesome. What is the difference between these two? Yeah, SSL is super easy, right? Something happened when I went to type this. Hold on. Yeah, that's what it's going to be. I mean, it's going to be let's encrypt. But in terms of like visually displaying what does SSL mean, it's a lock. I don't know what else it would be. That little padlock. But click down. What is the intention of SSL? Where is the... I see there's the one with it open, right? But we need the one with it down. Click down. I don't know, like outside of some very specific cases, why you wouldn't use Let's Encrypt. There are things that you sometimes need to do where Let's Encrypt doesn't work right now. Like if you have two separate domains, or it's like, right, if you go across the subdomains and you need the same certificate on both of these things, because like form data is passing between two, then you need to have the same exact certificate, right? So then you need like a wild card. And maybe they have it at this point. I remember that they were adding it. What's the difference between these two? Oh, they are. Yeah. So that was one of the only reasons why you would go to like Komodo to buy your SSLs to get one of those wild card certs. Top left, 3 down. Oh man, why is it just way back there? Okay, so we have that one. Let's get it in place. Okay, next step, DNS. Does anybody have any ideas for DNS? It's you're setting the name, you're setting in like an identifier for it, you're routing, right? You're connecting, you're just like doing a pointer. And I don't think we're going to do like actual domain management, because if we were, I would use like a bunch of gears or something like that. This little selector guy right here. But we're not going to be like setting records for people or anything like that. You know, and if you think about it, what is the DNS stuff that we even need to do on our end? Well, I mean, wouldn't we just be exposing like whatever the C name was in the A record and saying like, hey, just go to your wherever you bought your domain or wherever it's registered or whatever right now and just enter in these things. So could we get away with just like an info button, right? I don't know. Logs. Logs. So something that says not history. Something that's I don't know. Like a list. Something says document. And I don't think these are ideal icons. We're just kind of sticking them in there. Dude, I know she's really fussy tonight. Sorry, you guys are hearing my daughter in the background. My wife has like had it. So I think she's just right now doing the you can cry, I don't care thing. Oh, you're talking to Wolf. Yeah, but she's still loud. We're gonna be getting like a thing to stick in the room to muffle the sound out. Because this bugs me big time. I just want to go out there and like give her a hug. Feel like, what do you want? I'm just gonna use this thing. To me, that's the closest thing I see to logs. It's just horrible. All right, stick this one in history. A pirate. Well, it's history for rollbacks. So it's not like a. And you almost want to just say like deployment history or something. Just put up a clock. Sure. We can phone that one in with a clock. We can totally do that. I'm fine with that. Phoning it in. Okay, how do they look next to each other? This one's got to be a little bit smaller. Walk away from it. It's done. It would be a shame if something happened to that clock. You know, when I first really got into like very professional web design, I would not ever use an icon pack. And I used to sit and make icons for like, it would take me like half an hour for I would draw this out every single time. I would never go and like just go grab it out of a pack. Now, I don't care. I will grab everything out of a pack. I don't know when that change happened. Probably somewhere in the like 50th app launch. Somewhere in that range. You think so? You think so, Noah, that it's the true mark, the true apex of a pro developer is smart enough to do it on their own, but smarter to know not to care? Yeah. Yep. Maybe. Maybe. Or it's just like stupid hubris that goes away over time, right? Where you're just like, that's literally what it would be for me. It would be this thing of like, well, I can do it, and the client paid for it, so we're not writing any tests. You want testing? Nick Stock here. He'll test it. You just hit buttons and you see if it does what you want it to do. There we go. A little bright. I'm just going to bring them down just a little tiny bit. This looks like not great. This isn't the level of slick I was looking for in this thing. Okay, so if we were to hit that, deploy to production, if we were to slide this over, I think what happens is that like we could do another screen for this. We don't have to, but if I had another screen, I would definitely want to show the orchestration event, because it's going to spin down like everything you have and then spin it back up. And there's like probably, if you have 10 components, something like 20, 30 events that are going to take place. And it takes a long time. It's not like an immediate thing. It's definitely not even like a 1 minute thing. It's more like a 5 minute, 10-minute process. And in Nanobox, they had this really beautiful way of showing it. Like it was like this, it was just basically just like a UI queue, and they would slot things up into the UI queue as they were happening, and you'd watch a progress meter go from left to right. It's a faked progress meter. It wasn't indicating like 0 or 100. It didn't know if it was 0 to 100%. They just said like, I think they sort of said like, it's going to take at most like 5 minutes. So let's just have this thing go left to right over 5 minutes. And then when it's done, we'll just speed it up and connect it to the other side. So we'll probably be building something similar to that. And I would say that it's going to live eventually here. But I don't think we need to design it yet. It's not going to influence the design at all, to do it. Okay, so now we have to come up with a component display. So we have all of these components that we need to figure out how to lay into the interface. Now, in other parts of the interface, like here, in this screen, we have this sort of like slick way to display it. And in this screen, we have a more like graphical way to display it. And I almost think we need to look at this as options instead of like, it's going to be this way here, this way here. These are probably better seen as options. Because let's be real, like there's a thing here that says Postgres, like you can read it with your eyeballs. For simplicity's sake, I think we're going to go with something more like this in this one. So I'm going to grab these to get started with, because they do have the multi-component host thing figured out. These are all separate instances. This is the platform or the host box. It's holding one thing inside of it, and then everything else has been pushed into its own instance. Mr. Demon Wolf. Yes, we just have to. Well, we have to develop the UI and build the app that holds the. Basically, it's like a big front end app, and then we're plugging it into services that exist. So we'll have control over those in a sense. Like we'll be able to influence the way they get developed and like ask for things and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, we're just gonna be plugging it in. So it makes something that would be like, I'll tell you the truth. Like if I had to code this from scratch, I wouldn't do it. I don't think this would be a project that I would hit. There's like way too many pieces, man. Like that code base that they have is millions of dollars. And if I wanted to make like a real clickbaity kind of, video title for YouTube, I would be like, we're developing a, $1 million app. Watch us do that. I've thought about it, but I'm not going to do that. Now, mind you, what we're doing is, I think this is still really hard to figure out. This is still like some real crazy level stuff to figure out. This would be worth a lot of money once it's done. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Like we know this is worth money. We have a budget allocated to it. This is unlike anything else you guys are going to watch me stream. Like we actually have like the confidence, I guess, with something like this. We're not proving a market. We're not proving that VC will get interested. We know for a fact that the VC would get interested in this. We know for a fact that there's multiple interested parties in purchase. And we're going to be spending a good deal of time and money getting this in front of them. Guaranteed, guaranteed kind of idea. Okay, so this is starting to take some shape. I don't know why we balked off of that. I like this little color in the front. Because to me, that color tells me what it is. Okay, let's see these guys. This is going to get real ugly real quick. It's like, it looks nice right now, kind of. We have a thing over here where we can flip these on and off. That is that a thing that we can do? Or is that just a button that I have there? So we have restart and then reboot. Ooh, so refresh, reboot. Dang it. Didn't realize there's two ways to look at that. But we don't have turn off, do we? We do not have turn off. So let's get rid of turn off. And to be truthful, I think we're just going to get rid of that whole icon set. Because I think it's all got to go very like verbose. This does not look right to me. It's getting worse. I'm starting over. I'm just going to move this down. So you went with microservice architecture. Yep. I feel the same way. I don't love it. I've never really been sold on it. Let's get rid of those. Let's go a little bit bigger with these guys. Need some space to work with, especially when we start laying the graphs in. And I think we keep that like that, but we make this much bigger. Too big. Yeah, like about that. Okay. We have to lay 1, 2, 3, 4 graphs into this puppy. Over here, we were able to like sort of just say, okay, use the max out of any one of these things. But in this world, we're going to have to show those graphs. So realistically, those graphs could be really big. And they almost need to be like separate for each item. So if there's 4 of those that we know can be graphed, should be graphed, and then there's 2 that could be graphed but don't need to be, can we do this so you don't have to like click in to do it? Is my question. Can we somehow make this so everything is available right on this card? I think so. How detailed of a graph do you need? Probably not that detailed. So if you don't need like the mother of all graphs, maybe give it like that much space. You got 4 of them, maybe a little less. Then we're going to have to clip it a little bit to fit it inside of this thing. So that leaves 40 pixels per graph. And really, you're going to need a little bit less than that, so maybe 35 per graph. Get down there. What are you doing? I'm using a bright color to kind of give myself, like it looks busy. So there would be the 4 graphs. Maybe we can tighten it up a little bit more. Or just maybe we should make them a little bit taller. I don't know. We'll figure it out. And they'll shrink. I say we just like let those be shrinky boys. Now, if we had to add the 2 more graphs, so we have disk remaining, does that make sense to graph? Possibly, because you could see trajectory. Total bandwidth, does that make sense to graph? Possibly. Now, and the other question is, would we want the ability to blow up any of the graphs? So like let's say you're here and you tap this one, like does that then just take that and sort of go like this? And the same thing displays, but now it's like much more detailed, right? Like way, way, way more detailed. And if that's the case, could we get away with, like more of these, right? So They're 290 right now. Let's go to 250 and see if we can fit in all of them. And again, they're gonna flex down. Like they're not gonna necessarily be this size. Disk remaining and total bandwidth could be pie charts. Disk remaining could be. Is there a way, like, what does a pie chart over time look like? Because yeah, it's sort of a funky thing to graph, right? It's like a really funky, weird thing to put a graph into. Because like on a CPU, you could really do it like you could do a line area, or you could just do a line. Lines still make sense for CPU. For disk remaining, it's like almost definitely a line area, which is a pie. That's what they look like. It's not going to get us far. What am I doing it like this? I'm a dummy. Yeah, but okay, hold on. Could we do, so total bandwidth, that does sort of make sense to have as like a long graph. It's something that would be like equally as long. So I am curious though, if we say we're going to build graphs to like this extent, how many pixels is this? 671. So really with spacing 200 for each one, we'll redo this one more time. And that's not just the graph, that's also the data, the text to say this is what it is. Not a whole lot of room for activities. And we're just going to have to live with these all being equal space because we have 5 of these that do really make sense to have a lot of fidelity. Then we have one that just doesn't make sense. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to grid this out. Put some markers down. I remember the first time I saw Heroku's way of doing this, I was so impressed. It had to be like, just so long ago. And it was before you had like a lot of adoption of services in the front end. And they had built it, I think, in Ember. And it was just, I don't know, it was just such an impressive thing to see an interface updating in real time and like not be bogged down, you know. But something I really liked about what they did is I think that their dashboard's called something. Purple or so? No. They like their dashboard, it had this like visual style that they applied on top of it. And I thought that was the most impressive thing, is like they built their own components out. Why can't I unlock this? Where's the lock? Hold on. There. They built their own component set out, and I thought it was really well done. Really the first time I ever saw it. What did I do? Did that just not lock? Why can't I grab that guy? Dang it. I got to clear him because there's probably extra ones to do it over again. Things I don't like about Illustrator. Every guide belongs to a layer. Oh, that one. Okay. So we're just going to have to unlock everything, clear the guides, relock everything. But in my head right now, that's sort of what I'm thinking. Like I'm thinking like this spark chart version of a graph, because the fidelity doesn't have to be very high. It's more or less like a hard indication of the time unit. You know, now it's all broken out, so it's not like the sidebar where it's all condensed. So if there was a problem, you could quickly jump in here and see what it was. I have a couple ideas in my head for how to pull that off. I think we pulled it off in Badger, where we created an SVG gradient, and we were able to use that as the background. And so all these could be line charts. We're going to try that. And we'll just design them in place for now. If we got to move it around, we'll move it later. Oh, why? But I'm curious, like, if these are all the same thing, that would make my life easy. Vulture did a redesign. They made their graph clean. Okay, so we need a little title for these things. Start with CPU and disk. Or CPU and RAM are probably the most important. I snagged that from that guy. What I'd like to do is make it the same color as the background says. But I think that is like some... This is like transparency mapping all the way down. Hold on. I don't know where that's coming from. We're going to have to swatch it. Come on. It's not going to let me do it. Something's been going on with Illustrator where I go to set text color and it just doesn't take the color. It like applies it as a stroke or something. I don't understand it. Can't even read it. Doesn't matter. Okay. So we'll just make it white for now. So it says CPU. I'm going to do the one to the left of it just so I have an idea of proximity. Just give it a quick look. It's tight. So those are going to have to hang at the bottom. Or something like that. Okay, let me just keep going. So if we have a CPU, it goes left to right, and we'll just make some spiky little line chart here. Oh, I curved it. There was a curve in there. That's not good. Okay, now we're going to finish it out. Now I'm going to write myself a really hard check to cache. So we're going to do the same thing we did with the other gradient. So we're going to set it to a spectrum 90. Make it red, yellow, green. Reverse it. Nope. Little red. Lots of green, little yellow. Okay. Drop the transparency back. Let's just see. That looks like hot garbage. It's not going to work. Let's try to change that to a stroke. That could work. So I'm going to have to unlock this guy. I no longer want you to be a solid. There we go. No, I need to spark it. Spark. Is that the word? I don't think that's the word. Spark it. Perfect. This might look like garbage. Now that I'm doing it, this like really might not come out all that good. I gotta go. Let me just get the rest of this in. So tomorrow I'm gonna be streaming again, and we're gonna get this stupid thing done. It's an albatross around my neck. I haven't had any. Usually, when I defer a project for long enough, I get like this moment where I'm like, oh, I got it. Like I have to pour it out of me. That's not happened with this project even once. And it's a little concerning. I don't know. This is probably like the first time I've ever done this type of thing where I'm like not having to worry about the other pieces as much, but I need to because I don't have to worry about the other pieces as much, it's almost like putting a bunch of pressure on the front end. And normally I'm like, well, there's this sort of mixture of functionality and making it look good. But for me, this is like all about making it look good, making it easy to use, because somebody could easily just boot up a freaking console and do this stuff. We better provide some value beyond that. Yeah, I don't like that at all. Dang. I mean, maybe there's just like a carryover of this. I don't know, but I don't have time to keep checking on this. Demon Wolf, exactly. It's like this type of tool is just, it makes your life super easy. So we need to make sure that the tool isn't in and of itself like a chore to use, right? You don't want to kind of like cripple it back. But I don't know. Once we get into development, I think this will be such an easy project in dev. So it's just kind of like paying the dues right now. I have like 3 months set aside for dev. I don't think it's going to take even half that time. Don't clip that. That'll come back to bite me. Yeah. This is going to take some thinking though to get right. Yeah, right. I just don't. I honestly though, guys, I can't see it taking that long. I just can't. Like all the hard stuff's done. What we're doing is we're making it look pretty. Like, and we're gonna have a button. This button right here that you go like and do that with. Like that button is just a button that like runs a thing. That's all it does. We're not coding the thing. So all we need to do is get that little bit of code written. So when the button hits, the event bubbles, and then off she goes. And, we're just reading code at that point. We're just dealing with a stream of data. If we had to make it actually deploy a code base to production, I would say and we talked about this like on the first stream, like if we didn't have this guy that it's working on the open source part of it, I still think it would be worth building, but we would be hiring somebody for that probably. Thanks, Mr. Demon Wolf. Okay, guys. Well, I'm gonna get out of here. I'll be back tomorrow. Got a little surprise to start the stream out with. Not a big one, but we'll hit into that. So if you're watching, now's a good time to hit follow, and so you can check out the stream tomorrow. The design streams are kind of boring. The dev streams I feel like are less boring, but I'm a slow designer. I know I'm a slow designer, but I'm just meticulous with my crap. And then we get results like this, which aren't great. So that's not always a payoff. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, 2 or 3 p.m. Join the Discord. We also have a new YouTube channel that I'm working on. So I would love if you want to follow the content and really, if you want to help us out, go hit subscribe on that. We have to get to 1,000 freaking subscribers on YouTube before they let us do a lot of cool stuff. So that's going to take forever. And maybe, I don't know, you can put the video up and just like watch it in the corner. Just let the hours accrue, because we also need something like 4,000 hours of freaking watched content. But if we start to get a YouTube thing going, we're going to really consider like doing tutorials and all those kind of things, to kind of make it like how-tos and things like that. Like the fact that I'm using Illustrator to do design, I don't think a lot of people know you can do this, but I don't just want to throw 3 days into making a video on how to use Illustrator for design until we get some people actually like on our YouTube, because I put stuff on YouTube, it just sits there. It just gets 0 views. I don't know how exactly you have to work your way into the library there, but I'm sure it's like Twitch. Like my first month on Twitch, nobody watched, and then people just start showing up. So I don't know if it's the same thing. Yeah, Kappa's a deal. We could, if you know anything about that I should watch out for, Demon will tell me on Discord. But I gotta run. I'm gonna go watch a video with my daughter. That's like the Rudolph Christmas special. So everybody have a good night, and I'll see you tomorrow.